Hey there, hurry. This is Ralph Hayes Jr. I'm calling you live over the interwebs. Welcome once again. Um, let's see. I'm looking for my links here. Mm, I am missing my links. Missing links. Ah. Bugger. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I hope this is working right. Hello. Sorry I'm late. Okay, let's see what we got here. What we got here. Uh, I really don't understand why these audio controls are so screwy. Okay, I've tweeted. I've announced. I'm broadcasting. I'm cast broad. Yeah. Uh, Eating granola, drinking Monster, sitting at the computer. Yummy. All right, let's see here. Got a short stack of commissions to do here. Be working on those. Try and get started on a new page of Space Ranger. The Space Ranger project is becoming something of a slow trudge. I'm a little disappointed in myself in that. I won't call it a grind so much because that assumes I'm grinding. It's more of a just slow. But what is this? What is this? There we go. Transitioning. That's the thing of it. Trying to get from point A to point B in a story. That's tricky part. Think it's going to be a splash page for this one. Hello, 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 hello. It's the probability bomb. Is this page? I'm serious. I'm contemplating getting a colorist. Just an idle thought, really. Because really, um, this has become a little bit. I'm well. I'll be honest. I'm realizing just how far in I am and how far I have to go, and I'm thinking colorist would probably speed things up if I just stuck to doing the artwork in black and white and uh, and and let a colorist do the colorizing. Of course, I would have to pay them and make legal, all the little arrangements, that sort of thing. So it's just a thought anyway. Realize after the story's done, I still have to do the gallery of all the commissioned characters. So it's a big job, and I have grossly overestimated my capacity for it. This is what has made it such a judge. Am I going to follow up on Nip and Tuck's last strip? I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to do storylines in like that ever again. Nip and Tuck was supposed to be a gag a day strip. It wasn't supposed to be a narrative story. But you get on a theme, and the next thing you know, you're doing strips in a chain. So, but I got if you're going to do this is one of the advantages of doing a newspaper style strip. Uh, you can just go drop a story right in the middle and go leave. I like what Scott Adams did once. He was doing a strip. He does Dilbert, and he was on a storyline where Dogbert was trying to raise an arm. It had gotten to where he was Dogbert was experimenting with uh, genetically modified crops. You know, it started out growing tomatoes in a the usual growing tomatoes in a pot kind of thing, and it turned into him trying to raise an army of killer pickles, cucumbers. And Scott Adams was going along. He'd gotten about 3 strips into the idea, and he said he just broke it off. He wrote, and he just one day he just put up a strip that said, and the author realized that this storyline was going nowhere, so he skipped to the end. And the final panel was Dogbert describing the aftermath. There was relish everywhere. And Dilbert going, sounds like you were in a real pickle. Uh, that's supposed to be, you should take advantage of that. That's one of the advantages of doing a newspaper style strip. You can you drop a bad idea when it gets out of hand. When you do a comic book, you sort of you're sort of committed after the first few pages. I say there are a couple of comic strips out there online web comics. The writers drive me absolutely out of my mind. I don't know if you know the one. It's called Alter Meta. It's an anthropomorphic comic. It's set in a world of dragon people. The thing of it is that the author can't seem to make up her mind what story she's writing. I say she. I assume it's female. I believe it's a lady that's doing the strip, and she will go on for several, and she just boom drops it, and we get these random. I mean, it's like she's not even doing a comic strip. She's just comic book. She's just throwing random clips of ideas together in just no order. She's even shifted it to to entire. There's no theme. You can't follow the story. It drives me nuts. cluttered. That last page was kind of cluttered. It was really cluttered. Doesn't really. I don't think what you're getting. I mean, she doesn't just randomly. The writer of Alter Meta doesn't just break things. Uh, it's like she stops, goes on a hiatus, comes back, and starts drawing an entirely different comic with an entirely different story. And at one point, she had it in an entirely different setting and entirely different characters. And then she went back to what she was doing before. And she's dropped pages. She's posted them back up. She's backtracked. She's gone for. I mean, she's flashed backwards. She's flashed forwards. I think she flashed sideways one point. Now, broken plot device. I think I know which one you're referring to. I've seen that one too. That's more along the lines of a typical newspaper comic strip. They don't, there's no dedication to any one particular storyline. You can, she just goes on for a couple of strips and moves on. But Ultra Meta, it's an exercise in frustration and confusion trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Now, Ultra Meta, let me say this: beautiful artwork, interesting characters, interesting setting. Whenever she gets back to it, but I mean, literally, she is Ultra Meta continuity, matter and antimatter. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I gotta be right back. I gotta run to the restroom. Be right back. And I'm back. I know you're excited. Sinfest is sad. It used to be this cutting edge comic. Okay, it was, like, don't let the child play with a razor sharp knife kind of cutting. And then apparently feminists latched onto the author's genitalia, and that was the end of it. It's become nothing but an unending screed of feminist blurg, just complete feminist glurge. Oh, and Americanism, of course. Stupid, spoiled Western brat. I want to ask him, do you speak German, Russian? Have you had to bow to Mecca yet? You're welcome. It's like being surrounded by 6-year-olds. Finally figured out something. I can rotate the page like this. So you know how it is. You try and draw you know how it is when you're drawing in real life. You rotate the paper around so you can get different lines. And now, guess what? There's a little tool down here that lets you do that. Yay! And a little tool that makes you go back to this. Isn't that exciting? That's half the problem, with. I think that's really half the problem that I've had with learning to draw with a stylus or a tablet is that you can't rotate the page. Now I can rotate the page, and there you go. I don't know what I would, if I was to hire a colorist, I don't know what I'd pay them with. And I really hate the idea of trying to, find just a charitable volunteer. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'd rather keep things professional. You know, it's unwise. Uh, Daniel Meyer, he is, he's a good friend. He has been maintaining my website all this time, and I really should, uh, you know, uh, make it a more professional relationship for the sake of both of us. Paperwork and all that other crap. Tax deductible, But uh, right now. Can't afford it. Uh, yeah, it's. Oh, have you read the latest chapter of the Great Alicorn Hunt? Yeah, it was. Yeah, it is a take that chapter to the Cutie Mark, the Crusaders of the Lost Mark. Uh, there is it is relevant to the story development. I mean, I had to take a chapter and step aside and explain. I felt I needed to take a chapter and step aside and explain why I am not going to in the story. I had to explain why I am not going to have the Cutie Mark Crusaders get the cutie marks they got in the show. The meta reason is because they suck. uh, but the next chapter is going to have some developments with Apple Bloom. Anyway, I write this chapter. Everybody's been bugging me. New chapter, put something up, put something up, put something up. I finally put something up. They're like, we hate it. A few people are like agreeing with me, but most of them are like, oh, yeah, I've been very vocal about how much I hated that episode. So, oh, you're right on this, you're dwelling on this. Can't please nobody. You know, it's amazing the things that I have learned just in passing, just from doing these strips. For instance, um, it occurred to me, okay, it is a standard trope in cartooning to draw characters with three fingers, with three fingers and a thumb. Basically, because it's easier, it simplifies drawing the hand. And it occurred to me, in my story, I still draw the Draconans and the elves and the Fae too, I believe, with three fingers. But I draw the humans four. With five, four fingers and a thumb. And it occurred to me that would they still have base 10 math with only 8 fingers? And so I started doing a little research on the side, on math, that kind of thing. Now, it is interesting to note, the usual premise is that, humanity developed base 10 math because we have 10 fingers. That's not true. It's not true at all. In fact, the human race has had base 10, base 5, base 4, base 12, yes, base 12. Just for starters, and dozens of other counting systems. Now, here's a kicker. is the reason that we have 24 hours a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, is because at one point, I believe, I forget whether it was Persia or Phoenicia. Well, anyway, there were two major ancient civilizations, one that counted in base 12 and one that counted in base 5. And these two civilizations met and engaged in trade. And you multiply what's 12 by 5? 60. They developed they had a trade math system that was based on base 60. And that is how we ended up with 60 minutes an hour. Let me show you, base 12. Let me show you base 12. Let me see Google image. Come on, computer. Giddy up. Now, how did they count in base 12? This is also, there were civilizations that count in base 4, base 12. Now, how do they count in base 12? They use the thumb as a pointer, right? The tip of the thumb as a pointer, and they would count on their fingertip. They would count the joints of their fingers, the segments of their fingers. They go, use the thumb, they go 1, 2, sorry, darn it. They would go 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And other civilizations, they would count in base 5, obviously. Others would count in base 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting, isn't it? Now, the interesting thing is, as interesting as that is, all the things I've learned just researching for my comic strips. Now, you take into account one of the things I tried to be novel about the Raconans is that I had them plot things out on circular lots. You'll remember that. Instead of plotting out square lots of land, rectangular lots of land, their way of doing things was to plant a stake in the ground, lay out a length of string, and walk in a circle around the stake. And that would be their lot. That way, it simplified property claims. Instead of going, giving coordinates for each corner of the plot, they would just say they would give coordinates for the center stake and how many feet or meters or yards or whatever the line extended from the center. Now, as a cross-reference, now I've shown you the video before where they talk about pi versus tau. And it strikes me as very... Now, for instance, pi, 3.14, is the radius of a circle's diameter to its circumference. Now I want to ask you something. Do you draw out or measure circles by their diameter? No, you don't. Let's see. Let me show you here. Look, when you measure a circle, you don't measure it across like this. No. The way everybody in every civilization known to man draws or measures a circle is like this. The radius. So mathematically speaking, instead of using pi, which is very clumsy and has other problems in more complex mathematical formulas, we should be using what the advocates for this say is they call it tau. Instead of being a symbol like this, it's a symbol like this. And tau would be the radius of, the ratio of the radius of a circle to its circumference, which would be approximately 6.28. Instead of 3.14, 6.28. And it turns out that this formula actually makes several other areas of math, several other fundamental formulas much simpler, much more intuitive, and much easier to graph out and apply and to use. I would have to load up the video to show you, because I can't do that. It's been years, decades, literally, since I've had to do that kind of math, and I've watched the video and I keep forgetting how it's done. But it's very interesting. But tradition has one heck of a hold. If you thought math, of all things, couldn't be affected by tradition and politics, there you go. The whole pi versus tau argument. And my contention is that the Rakonans use tau, because it makes more sense. It's how they've measured everything for, since time immemorial. They measure their lots of land by the radius. So any mathematical development, like discovering the ratio of a circle to any of its other measurements, would involve the radius, not the diameter. Now, let me pull up the video. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if that's permissible, really. Yeah, well, NetFox, according to this, got 2 people watching, and you're talking, they're not. So let me see here. Let me see if I can run that video. I'll run through it real quick. Let's see here. Here we go. This one is very simple. Here, let me stop the music.
Trigonometry, but you're having trouble paying attention because...
Okay.
Say you're me and you're in math class.
Okay. Now this is V-I-H-A-R-T, trigonometry. She's a mathematician, and her videos are very informative, very useful. Here we go.
And you're supposed to be learning trigonometry, but you're having trouble paying attention because it's boring and stupid. This is not your fault. It's not even your teacher's fault. It's pi's fault, because pi is wrong. I don't mean that pi is incorrect. The ratio of a circle's diameter to its circumference is still 3.14 and so on. I mean that pi, as a concept, is a terrible mistake that has gone uncorrected for thousands of years. The problem with pi and Pi Day is the same as the problem with Columbus and Columbus Day. Sure, Christopher Columbus was a real person who did some stuff, but everything you learn about him in school is warped and overemphasized. He didn't discover America, he didn't discover the world was round, and he was a bit of a jerk. So why do we celebrate Columbus Day? Same with pi. You learned in school that pi is the all-important circle constant and had to memorize a whole bunch of equations involving it, because that's the way it's been taught for a very long time. If you found any of these equations confusing, it's not your fault. It's just that pi is wrong. Let me show you what I mean. Radians. Good system for measuring angles when it comes to mathematics. It should make sense, but it doesn't because pi messes it up. For example, how much pi is this? You might think this should be 1 pi, but it's not. The full 360 degrees of pi is actually 2 pi. What? Say I ask you how much pi you want, and you say pi over 8. You'd think this should be 1/8 of a pi, but it's not. It's 1/16 of a pi. That's confusing. You may be thinking, come on, Vi, it's a simple conversion. All I have to do is divide by 2. Or multiply by 2 if you're going the other way. So you just have to make sure you pay attention to which way you're No, you're making excuses for pi. Mathematics should be as elegant and beautiful as possible. When you complicate something that should be as simple as 1 pi equals 1 pi by adding all these conversions, something gets lost in translation. But Vi, you ask, is there a better way? Well, for this particular example, there's an easy answer for what you'd have to do to make a pi be 1 pi instead of 2 pi. You could redefine pi to be 2 pi, or 6.28, and so on. But I don't want to redefine pi because that would be confusing, so let's use a different letter, tau, because tau looks kind of like pi. A full circle would be 1 tau, a half circle would be half tau, or tau over 2. And if you want 1/16 of this pi, you want tau over 16. That would be simple. But Vi, you say, that seems rather arbitrary. Sure, tau makes radians easier, but it would be annoying to have to convert between tau and pi every time you want to work in radians. True, but the way of mathematics is to make stuff up and see what happens, so let's see what happens if we use tau in other equations. Math classes make you memorize stuff like this, so that you can draw graphs like this. I mean, sure you could derive these values every time, but you don't because it's easier to just memorize it, or use your calculator, because pi and radians are confusing. This appalling notation makes us forget what the sine wave actually represents, which is how high this point is when you've gone however far around this unit circle. When your radians are notated horrifically, all of trigonometry becomes ugly. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if we used tau? Let's make a sine wave starting with tau at 0. The height of sine tau is also 0. At tau over 4, we've gone 1/4 of the way around the circle. The height, or y value of this point, is so obviously 1 when you don't have to do the extra step of the in-your-head conversion of pi over 2 is actually 1/4 of a circle. Tau over 2, half a circle around, back at 0. 3/4 tau, 3/4 of the way around, -1. A full turn brings us all the way back to 0, and bam! That just makes sense. Why? Because we don't make circles using a diameter. We make circles using a radius. The length of the radius is the fundamental thing that determines the circumference of a circle. So why would we define the circle constant as the ratio of the diameter to the circumference? Defining it by the ratio of the radius to the circumference makes much more sense, and that's how you get our lovely tau. There's a boatload of important equations and identities where 2 pi shows up, which could and should be simplified to tau. But Vi, you say, what about e to the I pi? Are you really suggesting we ruin it by making it e to the I tau over 2 equals -1? To which I respond, who do you think I am? I would never suggest doing something so ghastly as killing Euler's identity, which, by the way, comes from Euler's formula, which is e to the I theta equals cosine theta plus I sine theta. Let's replace theta with tau. It's easy to remember that the sine, or y value, of a full tau turn of a unit circle is 0, so this is all 0. Cosine of a full turn is the x value, which is 1. So check this out. E to the I tau equals 1. What now? If you're still not convinced, I'd recommend reading the Tau Manifesto by Michael Hartle, who does a pretty thorough job addressing every possible complaint at tauday.com. If you still want to celebrate Pi Day, that's fine. You can have your pie and eat it. But I hope you'll all join me on June 28th because I'll be making tau and eating too.
Voila. Well, according to this, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to check who's watching. But here we go. We got people watching on 4 people watching currently, according to the charts. 5. Welcome all aboard, everybody. Uh, Highland, we were just talking about pi versus tau. Pi, as you know, is the ratio of a circle, ratio of a circle's diameter to its circumference. Tau is a proposed mathematical alternative that is more accurate, more precise, and makes a great number of mathematical formulas much simpler and easier to understand. It is tau, which is the ratio of a circle's radius to its circumference. Which, if you'll look it up, just look up pi is still wrong on YouTube. It's a video we just played. It's done by Vihart, Vihart. She is a mathematician she specializes in simplifying the complex. And she explains, and what I was saying is that one of the pretensions I have, one of the little world-building things about the Rakonans is, this hasn't come up in conversation yet or in the story itself. They use tau rather than pi. Because, quite frankly, how do you draw a circle? You use a compass where you measure out a radius and draw the circle. And Rakonans, this is how they plot out a lot of land. They plant a stake, lay out a length of twine, and then walk in a circle around the central stake. That's how they plot out land. So it makes sense that, mathematically speaking, they would be using tau rather than pi for basic mathematics, among other things, plotting out the area, figuring out the amount of footage or area covered by a lot of land. Pi is 3.14, etc. Tau would be 6.28, etc. Anyway, Well, where was I? Where was I? Oh, I was just saying. We talked writing these comics, especially Tales of the Quest or world building for a story, will lead you in some very interesting fields of study. I learned about pi versus tau because of doing Tales of the Quest. I've also learned about the various math systems, base 10 versus base 8 versus base 12, that have been historically used by civilizations all over the world. It's one of the false pretenses that people have is that well, we count in 10 because we have 10 fingers, and that's not true. Because there have been several civilizations throughout history that have used base 12, base 4, base 5, and even base 60 at one point because of a base 12 culture engaging in trade with a base 5 culture, which coincidentally is where we get 60 minutes in an hour, and 60 seconds in a minute, because of that ancient civilization, which I believe Persia. I may not be remembering correctly. Uh, also, it's interesting. We assume that every civilization has had a 7-day week. Not true. Uh, that was from that was Jewish. Other civilizations had they broke up the year into entirely different lots. Babylon. That's oh well. Anyway, you get my point. Anyway, getting back to I'm drawing a splash page for the probability bomb. I'm trying to get story transition here, getting them from wreaking havoc on the space station to following the villain. style of the wild card has changed a lot over the years. I'll forget some little detail, and the next thing I know, I have to tinker with the perspective on that a little bit. Like I was saying earlier, I've been contemplating getting a colorist or somebody to. If I concentrated on, if I was to work on this entirely in black and white, I might be able to get this cranked out a little bit faster. I'll tell you the truth, I'm a little scared of growing old. And I think that's just what it boils down to, me growing old. When I was younger, I could, just crack stuff out. Now, it's I'm getting old and losing my touch. And it kind of hurts. See it happen. You reach that age and you realize this is it. This is the peak. You know, you were known. You spend your first part of your life. You realize, you get older, you grow up, and every day you're a little bit stronger than you were before, a little bit smarter, a little bit healthier, a little bit taller, a little bit better. And then you hit your 20s and 30s, and then you start to decline. And you realize that may have very well been your peak. And that it literally is all downhill from there. And you're going to spend the rest of your life watching everything slip away. That's rough to deal with. It's like every morning things get a little bit harder to do. The things you took for granted. And in the back of your mind, there's that voice, welcome to the rest of your life. The people that criticize my Fountain of Youth stories, who complain about, when I write in my stories about, like the Great Alicorn Hunt or elsewhere about these immortal beings trying to pursue immortality for the rest of their race. I pretty much safely, I feel safe in assuming that the people that come up with all these arguments, oh, if if everybody lived 1,000 years, it would be so terrible. I guarantee you that every last one of them is below the age of 30. They've never woken up and gone, gee, I don't remember it being this hard to get out of bed yesterday. Oh, everybody in the channel is talking Transformers. I haven't watched Transformers since in a couple of decades. I'm afraid you lost me, guys, because I don't do Transformers. It's been goodness. I think it's been at least 25 years since the last time I watched the show. No, well, I used to catch Beast Machines, the Beast Wars one, but no, I was never a, I could, I didn't remain a fanatic of the show, as it were. Michael Bay just about killed the franchise for me, frankly. I thought it was what I thought was ridiculous about Michael Bay's movies. They spent so much money and time and effort and energy on the transformation sequences, on making every little nut and bolt and gear, and I mean they made the transformations ridiculously complex. If they had spent half that much energy on writing the plot, they would have made a masterpiece, but they didn't. They made a disaster. Now, it's interesting, though, is that parts of it could have been a good movie. It's more like they couldn't make up their mind what they were going to do. You know, they start out, it started out, it looked like it was going to be the Transformers and American soldiers fighting side by side kind of movie. And then they turned it into, the hacker story. You had these, those black guys that were supposed to be, hackers who were in trouble with the government, and then it was, and they couldn't make up their mind what the main plot line was with the humans. And then they finally started, then they, after bopping around all over the place, go back to Shia LaBeouf, and that was a mistake. But but actually, the plot line with the soldiers, with the American soldiers, dealing with these kill machines popping out of nowhere on the planet, that was an interesting movie in the making. But Shia LaBeouf trying to sneak Optimus Prime into his backyard, no, that's. I'll say this much. Uh, I liked his version of the Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant. I didn't, not how they looked, but it worked for what the movie was. I liked the movie. I mean, come on, it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's not like you can complain they made the story ridiculous. In fact, I don't think they really improved it. That's just me. Uh, I was old enough when the first Teenage Ninja Turtles movie came out that I'm not exactly, you know, married to the nostalgia about it. The original Ninja Turtles movie. I remember, and looking back on them now, compared to now, I mean, those turtle designs of that first movie, they were, let's face it, they were rubber masks, and they really didn't age well. The look really didn't age well. And frankly, I mean, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that just practically called out for Michael Bay levels of ridiculous action. Uh, I remember my favorite part was when they escaped from the lab. The way they escape is that April cranked up the machines to give them a massive boost of adrenaline, and they break out and they're talking at about a million miles a minute. Michelangelo's Michelangelo's. I'm yelling for no reason. They actually gave them more character development in Michael Bay's movie than they did in the original. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my. Sorry if I felt quiet here. Um, Let me think. Terror attacks in Paris. just what the hell, you know? What else can you say? What the hell? Uh, there are people out there who are who saw this happen and are still. I am really wondering what it will take to wake people up to the fact that we're in war with Islam. And maybe inviting hundreds of thousands of quote unquote refugees Muslim refugees into your country is a bad idea. I don't want to hear about how hard they're having it. The day you start blowing up children and shooting people just uh, in some sort of theocratic temper tantrum, you lose the argument. In fact, you lose the right to make any argument. And all of us would say, all we can do is sit there and go, see, told you so. We told you so. We told you so. We told you this would happen. You didn't believe us. Surprise, there it is. I have spent the last year waiting for the shooter. I've been spending all this time waiting for the other shoe to drop. And guess what? This is just the pinky toe. 130 people in Paris. Oh, that's nothing. These Muslims are pouring over the borders of every country in Europe, by the thousands. It only took 20 of them to kill 3,000 people on September 11th. And they did it with box cutters and airplane tickets. What do you think they're going to do now that they have guns and bombs? And back up in the thousands. You look at this, but just go and browse the pictures of the refugees. You won't see a woman among them. There's no women. There's no elderly. They have maybe a few children, but they're all young boys. You're bordering on young adults. The consequences are predictable. Uh, 26 governors, 26 state governors in the United States are blocking the admission of the Syrian quote unquote refugees that Obama is shoveling into the United States. They got a bunch of people. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I'm with them. I'm with the governors. Watch us. They had a thing on Facebook. There is a CIA, a high-ranking CIA official is saying that Obama is hand in hand with ISIS. Well, not ISIS. He has, she claims she has proof that he has been collaborating with our nation's enemies. And I'm like, duh. You see him do it every morning on the news. This may be the first. This may be the first generation in America to see a lynching of a president. And I say that in all seriousness. What this man has done is unbelievable. If I'll say it again, if Obama had been white, he would have never gotten into office because people would have seriously investigated his past. And I'm not just talking his birth certificate either. That alone should have been enough, but they would have looked into his past, his associations. They would have demanded his school records be unearthed. I mean, just how stupid do you have to be when a man starts running for president and suddenly runs, people start looking into his past, and suddenly he runs out and sends the lawyers to seal all his records, his school records. I mean, we know nothing about the man up until his mid-30s. Nobody can get at his school records. Nobody can get at his birth records. Nobody can get at his if you are if you are running for the highest office in the land, and people say we want to see your records, the proper answer is yes, I understand. Here are my papers. Here are my records. Publish and be damned if you don't like them. You don't stonewall for months on end and then send out a blotchy Xerox copy of one of the thousands of forms that you are burying. He is, and the closer he gets to getting his ass bounced out of office, the more belligerent he gets. But he is importing tens of thousands of Muslims into this country, even as Muslims are out there murdering people en masse. And don't waste my time with this religion of peace talk. Islam has never been a religion of peace. It wasn't a religion of peace when Muhammad was running things, and it's not improved with age. We are not going to win this war until we stop calling it, until we call it by its real name. It's a war with Islam. I don't care if I don't care if all America's sensitive souls going, oh, we're not at war with Islam. We're not at war with Islam. Islam is at war with us. And I hate to break it to you, but it doesn't take two people to declare a war. It just takes one side and a target. We did not, we did not go to war in World War II against fighter bombers. We were not declaring a war against blitzkrieg. We didn't go, we didn't go to war with a technique. We went to war with Japan. We didn't go to war against sneak attacks. We went to war against Japan. We did not go to war against blitzkrieg. We went to war against the Nazis. We are not at war with terrorism. We are at war with Islam. And we have been for 1,400 years. The fact that we do not want to say this does not change it. It just changes how likely we are to win or survive. I saw one of these stupid quotes, war doesn't decide who's right, it just decides who's left. Yeah, well, great. Congratulations. I'd like to be one of the ones that's left. If you refuse to fight a war that has been declared on you, you will not be left. You can't win a war against a method of war. You cannot win a war against terrorism any more than you can win a war against aerial superiority. Can't win a war. This is the problem. Thanks to leftists, progressives don't want to fight wars against their enemies. They want to fight wars against ideas. They fight. They want to fight the war against poverty. They want to fight the war against heart disease. They want to fight a war against drugs. And they unsurprisingly never win these wars. They just go on and on and on, killing actual people. You can't fight an abstraction. And no, we're not in a war against extremist Islam. That's a tautology. We are Islam's enemy. Suffering a little bit of headache right now. Ouch. Pain right behind the eyeballs. So dark so early and sun comes up so late. Seems like it happens all at once that we get a short day and long night. On all of a sudden. Excuse me. Excuse me. Trying to think and nothing's happening. I think I'll let this one stew for a while. Got two or three, a short stack of commissions by Kruger and others, and work with those a bit. Resting my brain at the moment. This is, the attacks in Paris. They're only the start. I'm thanking God. I'm in one of the states. I'm in Ohio. That means I'm in one of the states where the governor is refusing to accept the Syrian refugees. Obama's fit to be tied, and I'm wondering how long it is before he calls out the troops and forces them on us. But at least our governors are taking a stand. We already have dozens of Muslim training camps, in the United States. Dozens. Scattered through every state in the Union. I've never been more ashamed of these college kids protesting, getting mad because the Paris attacks are taking attention away from them. Look, I've said this before and I'll say it again. This is the fruit of nearly a century of education welfare. I'm sorry, look, even before we talk about how the schools are in a corroded mess, even before we talk about how the fact that the schools are not designed to educate, but to, in fact, dumb down the populace, we need to talk about the fact that when the government came out, we knew this was wrong right from the start. Free government education, public schooling, it's wrong. It's welfare. It's a handout. It is not the government's job to teach our children. In fact, it's contraindicated. We do no free country wants its government indoctrinating its children. But they came out and they basically offered a free babysitting service 5 days a week, and we latched onto it like a lifeline. We were greedy, we were lazy, and we gobbled it up like a chocolate eclair. And it had been going on for so long that we can no longer imagine buying. It's like the story I told you about. Uh, Shoelandia. We can no longer imagine buying our own damn shoes. It is, you're a parent. It is your job to educate your children yourself or pay for their education out of your own pocket. Not to turn them over to the government to be educated, not to pilfer your neighbor's pocket to pay for it. It was fundamentally wrong right from the start. We knew it, we didn't care. Those few people who did say this is wrong, their voices were lost. We wanted a freebie. We wanted that free government goodie. And we have had, and every generation that has gone through, every class year that has gone through school has been a little bit dumber than the one before it. No, I'll take that back. Not dumb, ignorance. Dumb is when you can't learn. Ignorant is when you've not been taught. For 100 years, the government has been teaching children uh, for 9 months out of the year, 5 days a week, 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours a day, teaching them uh, the exact opposite of their of their people's, their parents' values, and we are astonished at the results. How stupid are we? And now we've got these spoiled. I mean, I to some extent do have empathy for the whole 99% Occupy Wall Street. All these kids. Look, they were sold a bill of goods. They were sold a bill of goods. They were defrauded. They were told their entire school careers, get a college degree. Oh, you'd better get a college degree. Doesn't matter what you get. Just follow your dreams. Just get a college degree in anything, and you got to get a college degree. If you don't get a college degree, you'll end up flipping burgers. Every kid on the planet has gone out, gotten government loans, again at the urging of their parents and elders. They went out and got government loan after government loan until they had hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. They got their degrees, found out that the degrees are now worthless because there's a glut of them. They've devalued, and there's a surplus of them. And now they go out and they can't get a job. Even people in STEM fields cannot get jobs. We got somebody here. Who is in here that's just graduated with computer programming? A computer programmer can't get a job in our economy. And then we said our parents' generation, our parents' and grandparents' generation said, "Ooh, get that college degree. You don't end up flipping burgers, do you?" And then they get the college degree. They're in thousands of dollars of debt, and then the same people that push them into this turn around and call them lazy because they don't want to try and pay off hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt with a job flipping burgers. So you'll excuse me if I have a little empathy for those kids out there who got their college degree, got their college degree, and found out it's worthless. They went into enough debt that they could have, if they had taken the college money that they were giving, if they had taken their Pell Grants and all these loans and all these other things and started a business, they would already be taking care of themselves. They were given enough money to buy a house or start up a small business. And they had to spend it, and by law, they had to spend it on a college education. And guess what? That diploma isn't worth the slaughter of an innocent sheep. It isn't worth the toilet paper it's printed on. And these kids are angry because they were told, oh no, there are some of them out there, they're doing they got degrees in women's studies and underwater basket weaving and other stupid crap. But doggone it, I mean, even kids with STEM field diplomas can't get a job. And they're angry. They have basically, if those diplomas had been any other consumer good, if they had been, if those things had been, if those diplomas had been toasters, there would be, and people bought these toasters and the toasters didn't work. People would, if that many people had spent that much money on these toasters and these toasters didn't work, there would be government hearings, there would be trials, there would be things like jail. But it's a diploma. Your fault. Your fault for trusting us. Yeah. So yeah, just a little issue there that I have with it. And look, it's not the kid's fault. It's depressing and horrifying to see these kids growing up thinking that they're spoiled. They come out of there, they're spoiled and they're entitled, and they think they're special snowflakes my feelings, misogyny, and throwing tantrums because people hurt their feelings. Just let me put it this way: as people need to be reminded, children don't spoil themselves. These kids spent 12 years being indoctrinated by government education, coerced into it. Uh, the fact that they have to force people at gunpoint to turn their children over to these public schools tells you everything you need to know about the quality of those schools and what their real objective is. But these kids didn't spoil themselves. They didn't teach themselves. They didn't indoctrinate themselves. We did. Our government did. And now they're coming out the other end of it. They've listened to the dogma. They've gone through college education, and they're coming out. They can't think. They can't reason. They can't take care of themselves. What a catastrophe! It's a catastrophe. And the kids didn't make it. It's not the kids that made this mess. And all the older generation do is say, well, it's your own fault for doing it. If you'd have been smart, you would have gotten a worthwhile diploma. Shut up, old person. I'm a 44-year-old man and I hate old people. You know that? But really, look at it. They can't take care of themselves. They can't think rationally. And that's by design. The people that designed the Prussian school system, it's called the Prussian method of education. Look it up. Google it. Wiki it. They have been saying for years that this, it was adopted. It was invented by the people that inspire. It was invented by the same mentality that produced the fascist governments of the 1940s. Hello. Uh, the purpose of the Prussian education system, they deliberately stated it. Part of the purpose was it was designed to produce peasants. And they said it was deliberately designed. The way the education system was to cram their heads full of raw information and divorce it from objective critical thought analysis, critical analysis. Basically, to stuff them full of factoids, leave out, the methods of critique and analysis and objective criticism and skepticism, and basically, the purpose was to make it impossible for them to question authority. It was evil, like most utopian designs. It was evil, and the educators in our country just lapped it up, and they instituted it. One of the things they went around promising the elites in our society, don't worry, the lower classes won't get too educated. And no, I'm not making that up. No, I'm not exaggerating. No, I'm not strawmanning. That is literally what they said. The purpose of the public school system was to dumb down the populace. You can give people all sorts of information and still make them stupider. Because if you can get all sorts of information, but if you don't know what to do with it, if you don't know how to analyze it, if you don't know how to critique it, if you do not know how to use it, you're no better off than if you'd learn nothing. And that has been the system we have used in our our countries, specifically in the United States, for almost just about 100 years. The downfall of this nation was set a century ago. We adopted the Prussian school system, which was designed to give the populace raw data so that they could work in the factories with minimal supervision, but so that they were divorced from critical thinking, so that they would be no threat to the elites in power. About 100 years ago is when we adopted the Internal Revenue System, and when we began adopting fiat currency, and when we adopted the Federal Reserve, and when we adopted public schooling, and back in the 1920s, and ever since then, you can track the educational system and every depredation it provided to our society. In the 1920s, the Scopes trial. The evolutionists lost the Scopes monkey trial, but they still got evolution introduced into the public school system. And before long, they got creationism and intelligent design thrown out of the public schools. Then you had Madeline Murray O'Hair, who got any semblance of religion and prayer thrown out of school. Then you had people who got sex ed, values-free sex ed. That's the point. Values neutral, quote unquote, sex ed. This is how to do it, but we're not going to tell you. We're not going to make any judgment calls. But here's a condom. This is the values neutral sex ed boils down to how can I screw and get away with it with, as I said, predictable results. Then you had the 60s, which were a ball of crap all unto themselves. Where ridiculous garbage, most of this ridiculous underwater basket weaving style crap got dumped into the public education system and into the colleges, where the red diaper doper babies, as a certain spokesman calls them, started infiltrating the schools, and socialism started getting taught. And in the 80s and 90s is when they started introducing alternative sexuality, aka homosexuality. And it has been the public education system has been a one-stop shop. It's been the public education system has been a launching pad for the destruction of this country ever since it was founded. It's every generation it's a new attack on the nation from within. You have ruinous taxation and the Federal Reserve and fiat currency brewing up the economic collapse of our society, and the public schools, the government-run school system, brewing up the moral and intellectual collapse of our society. We've got college students out there protesting God knows what, who are so dumb that they will sign a petition to ban dihydrogen monoxide. And yet, despite all the ruination, every other Facebook entry is somebody talking about, oh, they're doing this in this school, oh, they're doing this in that public school, oh, they're doing, and I'm like, so get your kids out of public school. If you don't, I don't care how poor you are. I don't care. I hear these dumbasses say, oh, well, homeschooling isn't for everyone. No. It's for everyone. Homeschooling is what's called parents teaching their kids. And it's how it's supposed to be. Having both parents working hasn't done a damn thing for society. All it ends up with is that you get two income households, and it ends up that you end up with twice as many expenses. They go from having. Think about it. Think about how stupid that is. It's a trap. It's let's not call it stupid. People have fallen for it. People are not stupid, but they've fallen for it. It's a trap. It's a trap. You get, mom and dad both get a job, try and make the bills easier. Great. Now, instead of one car to maintenance, they have two. Now, instead of one lunch to pack, they have two. Now, instead of one suit of, one closet full of business clothes and work clothes that they have to come, they have two. Now, instead of watching their own kids, they have to pay somebody else to do it. Now, instead of taking care of the house, they got to have somebody else come in and do the house cleaning. The the cost to their children, the cost to themselves. We're talking not just monetarily, but morally, socially, ethically. The old latchkey kid problem. Uh, Great. If you want to start a family business, you work out of your home. Great, but realize what you're giving up may be worth more than what you're making. And in fact, it will be. It will be. My parents both. We both had. For the longest time, my parents, two income household, and how much of it was quote unquote necessary, and how much of it was cause. How much of it was the cause of its own need. If your house costs you so much that you have to have two incomes, maybe the old thing, the way they like to talk to, the way that parents like to always talk to the kids: live within your means. You first. You first. Oh, we did it for you. Well, we didn't need a bigger house as much as we needed one of our parents there. The extra income looks good on paper, but you'll never be able to measure what it costs you. And then people say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not married. You don't have that problem. You don't have these problems. You don't have this problem. You don't have that. You don't have to go through." Well, yeah, but I'm not an airline pilot, but I know what a plane crash looks like. If I see a plane flying straight towards a mountain, I know that the first instruction is point the plane in some other direction. I know that, and I'm old enough to know that most of the problems our society have are self-perpetuating. Most of the social ills that are eating our society from the inside out could have been avoided if we refused to take the government handout of free education, quote unquote. Back before we had public ed, you had small communities that would pool their money and hire teachers and a teacher and set up a school. And the kids back then had a better education than our high school and college students are getting now. Was there room for improvement? Of course. There were all sorts of terrible problems back in the days of yore that needed fixed, but we picked the wrong fixes. We need, when you've been, you want to take us back to the 18th century. When you have been going down the wrong road, that's what you do. You turn around and go back. First rule of life is to learn when to learn from your mistakes. We don't learn from our mistakes. We drilled a hole in the bottom of the boat, and now we've got people turning around and trying to drill another hole in the bottom of the boat to try and let the water leak out. You don't solve a mistake by doubling down on it. If you're listening there, folks, we got 7 people on the channel. Speak up, shout up, say something. Tell me, say something. Say, Ralph, you incredibly handsome and intelligent individual, you are so correct. Or say, Ralph, you're such a dumbass. Just say something. Okay, let's see who we have in here. We got Ned Fox, Kruger, Cartoon Glutton, and Highland who have spoken up there. That leaves 3 of you. That's Riley King. I'm assuming you're in Australia, Riley, because you say from the opposite side of the world. Well, you could be in Japan. I don't know. Okay, switching up topics. Something a little less grimdark than the imminent collapse of our civilization. Um, since I'm drawing this is commission for Kruger, I believe. I have to look up who it exactly is for. I have to look up the armor sketches. Has anyone? There's a new chapter of For those who haven't read it yet, there's a new chapter of the Great Alicorn Hut up. Can't please nobody, let me tell you. Everybody was like, come on, post something new, a new chapter, give us a new chapter of something, anything, come on, give us something, You spend all your time writing these blogs and you won't talk to anyone. Come on, post something, and I posted it, and now everybody's, we hate this. Here, let me switch over here. I wrote a I wrote a Take That chapter. Basically, spoofing the how the Cutie Mark Crusaders got their cutie marks. I hate that episode, and I lambasted it mercilessly. And everybody's like, "Oh, we don't want to hear that." And a few people have agreed with me, but most of them are complaining about it. And I'm like, dang, you people, you people are cheap. It didn't matter how stupid it was, just cutie mark, any old cutie mark, and they're happy as a pig in slop, so. I don't mean to be that bitter, but really, people. Anyway, so this is a commission of two changelings. Got to draw them both in their natural forms and in their disguises, and they're supposed to be reflected in a pool down here. And well, I got to look up their description. Actually, come to think of it. Anyway, really, there is a point to the story. And I got one from Highland. Let's see, which one is from Highland? Let me see. It's okay. Hold on. One is from Highland. One is from Kruger. Which is from Kruger and which is from Highland? Maybe working on the one for Highland. I have to double check. Kruger. Oh darn it! No, 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 no! Don't switch. Don't switch. Oh fud! Stupid. Oh yeah, this is the one for Highland. Never mind. Sorry, Kruger. Highland has some kind of waiting here. Let's see. Where's? I did it again. Clicking on is there's a bit of a lag here. And commission data. I've got one for Michael Gilson too. Take election. Oh, this is one that's been stewing him. I've never done Kante drawings. That's Michael Gilson, if you're listening. Oops. Oh my. Let's see. Gotten them mixed up here. That's gotta. Okay. Highland. I'm getting distracted. Let's focus on this. Okay, what are their colors? Pegasus Stallion, Unicorn Mare. Okay. I did that right. Let's see here. Images, Pegasus Guard. bit blurry. Oh, there we go. Wishing what was causing all this delay, all these lag. Mm-hmm. Helmet off. Okay. That's easy enough to fix. I'll set it on the ground someplace, I guess. Oh well. Maybe. Oh, Little Pony said, oh. That's going to need a little work. Excuse me, I gotta get taking some Tylenol here. Knuckles hurt. Getting old, arthritis creeping in, and all that other good stuff, joint pains and all that other crap. I've never really felt the Tylenol or aspirin were really any good for anything. They always, it always bugged me. You take a medicine and it takes so long to work that you don't know whether it actually worked or whether the headache just went away on its own, you know? I'm like, yeah, that was money well spent. Now, unlike, for instance, NyQuil, you take that crap, you know it's working. The Q is talking to me. The Q is talking to me. You take cold medicine, you take cough medicine, like, boom, you know it's working. Because it burns all the way down. One point, they had a doctor he once said he had one bit of advice. Look at the medicine you're giving your kid. If it says it has an expectorant and a cough suppressant, don't take it. Because an expectorant means it loosens up the phlegm in your lungs, so it'll come out. But if you're taking a cough suppressant, you're not coughing, so it's not coming out. It's self-defeating. I don't know, I don't know if that's absolutely true, but guy's a doctor, so take his advice and at least consider it. It should tell you something that we live in a society you're not allowed to have certain kinds of medicine unless they effectively don't work. Think about it. pain relievers, there was a time you could buy heroin over the counter. Not that this was necessarily a good thing, but I've got to contend that it's an even worse thing that you have to play Mommy May I before you can get a medicine that will actually cure the problem. You want a pain reliever or a sleep aid, anything else. You need all sorts of insane permissions from a politician before you can even touch it. It's not doctors that decide what medicines are restricted and have to be prescription or legally prohibited or put under the prohibition of the war on some drugs that we have in our society. It's people in the government, people you wouldn't trust to make a decision buying cough syrup, are making health decisions for you. And among the things they have decided is that we are not allowed to have medicine unless it essentially doesn't really work. You take medical marijuana. They've demonstrated that medical marijuana actually works. That it has applications all up and down the health field. But people are fighting it tooth and nail. And there are people actually out there that are this dumb. They said they are willing, we'll consider medical marijuana as long as you make it so that it's not, so that you don't get high off it. These are the same people that passed down the. You'll remember me talking about the lipid hypothesis scam. And when dairy farmers confirmed and said, scientists told them there's no evidence of this, it's garbage. It's bad science, and the politicians came back. We're going to ban it anyway, and the farmers came out and said, "What are we supposed to do? You're going around telling people that eggs are poison. We're dairy farmers. We're chicken farmers. What are we supposed to do?" And these politicians, honest to God, looked these people dead in the eye and said, "Well, you should be breeding chickens that lay low cholesterol eggs." You know what a low cholesterol egg is? It's not an egg. That's what it is. Not an egg. Eggs don't work that way, okay? And these same people are coming, we'll let you legalize marijuana, and if and they say, as long as you can find a way to make it, so it doesn't make people high. Do you have any idea how stupid that is? Just try and get an inkling how stupid that is. And just how much of a jerk, just how much of a miserable, sour, what kind of a sad individual are you that you're mortally offended, your entire moral ethos revolves around making sure that if you legalize something, that nobody can possibly enjoy using it. Think about that. Oh, we're perfectly fine with this so long as you make sure that absolutely nobody has any fun using it. If that is what forms your ethical decisions, you're a miserable human being. You can have chocolate in your diet so long as it tastes like dog turds. You fun haters. Really. That's an interesting headcanon, Island. If I ever get around doing another chapter of Yes, It Matters, I'm going to be going in a rather different direction with the changelings. One of my contentions has always been that it makes no sense for a parasitic species to form armies or hives. You see, the changelings now bees and honeybees and bumblebees and all those and hivings, they're generally herbivorous or omnivorous. They benefit from cooperative pursuits, but a parasitic, a mosquito hive, for instance. Can you imagine that? Well, my point is that a predator, and that is what the changelings are. Well, not necessarily predators, are more like a parasite. But you have to figure uh, that it takes a considerable area and a considerable number of marks or targets for a changeling to get its fill. In order for a changeling would probably need generally need many hosts to drain for love energy. That's more of a one tiger to a hill kind of thing. That's more of a solitary predator. That calls for a more solitary predator approach. And if you've read Yes, It Matters, when Fluttershy reveals that she's a changeling, basically they're cuckoos. They operate like cuckoos. The changelings leave their offspring with adoptive families. Baby on the doorstep kind of thing. And they live solitary lives. When a changeling reaches, as an infant, the changeling will take on the form, a crude copy of the form of its surrogate parents. When they reach a certain age, their ability to change form, freely starts to develop. At which point, other changelings in the area will contact them and instruct, this is what you are. This is how we live. These are our ethics. This is our, and give them a mentorship in what being a changeling means. They do not form hives or armies or the like, because that's pretty much suicidal. It generates too much attention. It would make them a great big huge fat target. They're changelings. They live by stealth, by camouflage, by mixing in, not by standing out. The re you know Chrysalis was basically a political agitator who convinced changelings, a great number of changelings, her strain, of her lineage, to band together. Let us no longer live as changelings of the world unite. You only have the only thing you have to lose is your chains, so on and so forth. Which is why her plan was so bad, and why she failed so dismally. They live. No one changeling knows who all the changelings in their area are. They will know they will know their mentor, and maybe one or two others. In fact, a changeling can't recognize another changeling in disguise unless unless the changeling in disguise lowers their guard. That way, no one of them can betray all the others if they're ever caught. Yeah, that's what I'm. Well, that's what I'm doing. They got it's floppy fin crest type things. That's what I'm working on. You'll see in a minute. Oh, the music fall down, go boom. Give me a minute here. The music, she fall down, go boom. I always had the impression that, Chrysalida's quote unquote hair was more like a floppy fish fin. You know, because that's the only way that those holes in her hair could have made sense. Think about it. Let's see. Let me fix the musica. The musica she fall down and go boom. Let's see here. Hold on. Oh, come on, computer.
Welcome to the Epic Music World
Ah!
Show, where it's all about inspirational music, detoxification, and freedom. And now, your host, the vegan musician from Germany, Marty.
He's a vegan. Let's see here. There's a changeling. Dum 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 dum. Waiting, 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 waiting. Do you want their mains to be more like chrysalis, or more like these spiky, short spiky things? That's noisy. That's some noisy crap. Oh, you want the soldier. You want the soldier look. Okay. I just think I just this looks cooler. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. Just see. I like it better this. No. Okay. You're erasing my face. They're really going to have to come back and explore. The writers are really going to have to come back and explore the changelings more. Of course, I'm dreading that because they're going to utterly screw it up. They're going to totally screw the pooch. I know it. Look, they've had a lot of good episodes. They've had a few good episodes this season, but they have more than made up with it for that by utterly just wrecking things. What they did with heartwarming, with Pinky's family. Really, let's. I'm sorry, it was canon. It's like every writer this season is determined to undo all the canon of the previous 4 seasons. Because okay, in in Cutie Mark Chronicles, it was established that it was established that Pinkie Pie hated the farm. She was miserable. Seriously, that was her whole Cutie Mark story. That she was miserable on the farm, and they've rewritten it so that she every time she meets one of her family, even though her it's just as miserable as it always was there, she acts like she's going to Disneyland. And she seems to be willfully blind to how miserable her family is. Uh, keep bringing back that dang table, and nobody, the pet peeve, and it's going to grind on my nerves till the day I die. They blindly obey a piece of furniture. There's two big assumptions. There's the chain of assumptions with that magic table goes on a mile. They assume, first of all, that it's benevolent. Secondly, they assume that it makes no errors. And then there's the underlying assumption made by all of them that they are using the table correctly. They've traded a cryptic mentor for a cryptic table, and that drives me crazy. Think about this. Think about this just for a minute. The idea of cryptic mentor was supposed to be in order to create suspense. It was a plot device developed in order to keep the reader guessing. Unfortunately, it's become a Groundian trope. It's the default assumption that every mentor has to be cryptic, when the exact opposite is true of any good mentor. Mentors are not cryptic. Good mentors are not cryptic. You look at the really old stories where the cryptic mentor idea was first being introduced, and you become rapidly aware that the reason the mentor was cryptic is because they were a jerk-ass who was up to just realized that his head is too long. Just a second here. There we go, a little bit better. Every writer nowadays makes the mentor cryptic, where even though it almost never makes any sense. Oh yeah, Final Legends era. Oh yeah, Cutie Mark Crusade. Don't criticize the new Cutie Marks. They were so what it boils down to. Fans were so desperate. They're going, oh please God, give them the cutie marks already. They would have been willing to accept anything, even a trademark brand. They could have stuck copyright Hasbro on the Cutie Mark Crusade behinds, and they would have been out celebrating in the streets. Really. The fans just mercilessly defend all the mistakes and all the plot holes and everything else. Okay, I'll be right back. Hang on. I'm back. My issue with the heartwarming episode they did, it's just PC crap again. Cultural sensitivity. Applejack came in there. The whole Apple family is aware of this. They're looking at this, and they're going, "This sucks." They're miserable. They don't know, how good it could be. They're not celebrating. They're not celebrating housewarming. They're practically mourning it. And so Applejack tries to make things nice for them. And pretty much everybody, including the fans, turned on her for it. How dare you try and change their cultural tradition? Blah 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 blah. So what the hell is wrong with you people? This has been going on for years, though. People have, again, a product of government schooling. They have been taught to never question another culture. I remember reading one teacher said he actually had one of his high school students start arguing with him that you couldn't judge the Aztecs and the Incas for their habit of human sacrifice because that was a different culture, and we do different culture and different this that and the other. She could not bring herself to condemn a civilization, quote unquote, that killed people in blood sacrifices. That's how out of touch she was with cognitive capacity. She couldn't reason her way out of a wet paper sack. And this is where the whole the whole Hollywood, the prime directive for Star Trek. Oh, we don't want to damage their culture. Oh, their culture. Oh, we don't, you know, if we contact them and lift them out of the dark ages, we'll contaminate their culture and culture. Screw their culture. A culture is not a living entity. It does not have a right to exist. A culture is a mechanism. It's a system. Created by people to enable them to build a civilization. And if it does not serve the interests of the people, it's got to go. In fact, there are cultures out there that desperately need to be tossed onto the ash heap of history. Screw the culture, save the people. You know how many generations it takes to lift a group of people out of Stone Age barbarism into 21st century civilization? One. One. all it takes. You know why? Because you do it every single generation. We do that every generation born. Every generation, civilization is invaded by millions of ignorant, barbaric, immoral savages. And we are given precisely 18 to 20 years to civilize them in order to keep them from destroying the civilization they entered. They're called babies. Ta-da! I hate Discord as a character. I really do. I've heard suggesting, look, what they really should have done with Discord, they should have depowered him. I've said this before. They should have kept him as a villain, but turned him into a minor villain, a recurring minor villain. Like Mr. Mxyzptlk from Superman comics, a troublemaking imp. Because for him to be running around as if he had been reformed basically requires everybody from Celestia down to be carrying the idiot ball. I really didn't even watch the Princess Spike episode. I could see where it was going, and I just said, and just didn't watch it. Couldn't bring myself to. Spike screws up again. Yay. Thankful for that. Thank you so much for that daring new direction you're taking the character. They should have had it. They should have had it turn out that Discord lost most of his power and was reduced to nothing more than a mischievous troublemaking. It wouldn't, quite frankly, it wouldn't have changed a thing. He could have, it wouldn't have changed a thing about his appearances since then. But no, they've, his first appearance, he was a terrifying demigod, a creature, a being that was so uncontrollable that even Celestia was scared of him. Remember that? Remember how freaked out everybody was? Oh, crap. Celestia's scared of this guy. What is this? But and then after this, after less than a year, she lets him back out again. Why? No reason, no explanation, no comment. No possible reason. There he is, surprise. Tra la 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 la. He's not been depowered. He's not got anything that controls him. And he's just as dangerous and powerful as he was in his first appearance. But now everybody acts as if nothing he had done in the past, or even in the past episodes, mattered. I made a point of depowering him in my stories. In pardon. In the audience, flat out, he basically dies, only to be replaced by a horde of more powerful and more dangerous chaos entities. And in Darth Vulcan, he's effectively neutralized by the Alicorn amulet, because he doesn't dare confront Darth Vulcan directly, because the two different kinds of magic are incompatible, neutralize one another. And while Darth Vulcan would be left temporarily powerless, Discord might very well be left snuffed out like a candle. In the Great Alicorn Hunt, he is wearing manacles. You know, he's there, but he's on parole. He's wearing manacles, which damp down his power to a smattering of what it used to be. And in the Nyx stories, in the Nyxverse stories, he lost most of his power, saving Pinkie Pie from a trap that was meant for him. He's just too powerful a character. He's a story breaker, basically. I won't call him a Mary Sue. Mary Sue is a little more complicated issue than that, but he is a story breaker, and it's incredibly sloppy that the writers have done nothing to correct this balance issue. It's very telling. I don't know. It's just, yes, everybody's a fan of John Delancey, but I'm sorry, he didn't hang the moon. I think the reason people liked Q so much because he basically, every time he came around, he punctured the pretentiousness of the next generation cast. I'm sorry, the Star Trek the Next Generation is just full of itself. Like most leftists and progressives, you know. I like to he zinged Riker once and said, "Weren't this what uptight before the beard?" I was really disturbed by the fact. I mean, they had Discord show up at the Grand Galloping Gala. He nearly throws one of Celestia's subjects into an alternate dimension because he got miffed at her, and unleash and Celestia is all hee hee, oh, this is so much fun. And you're like, what the hell? Are you on crack, woman? So yeah. Yes, I'm sure your head canon is very nice. Problem is we don't see it in real canon. Uh, I don't use headcanon to apologize for sloppy work by the actual writer. No. If they want us to believe that Discord is under any sort of control, they're going to have to do better than that. Much better. Yes, I am. I am very picky and I am very demanding. I don't deny that for a minute. It's one of my subtle charms. But really, I don't like it when something I like, the people that are something I like, start to coast. There are very few things there are very few things in life that I am very picky, I'm very critical, and there are very few things in this life that I have found that I sincerely, unreservedly enjoy. And it understandably upsets me when they start uh, slop jobbing it. They start half-assing it. One of the things my dad always told me: never rest on your laurels. Never take your place at the top of the heap for granted. Yes, his most yeah, he would. Uh, that's what I'm saying. All it would taken to justify his weaker output would be to have a point. Just one throwaway line by Celestia. The chain, saying something like, "We magically removed most of his power," or "We believe the elements weakened him permanently," or something, anything. Or he is much less powerful now, and just something. One throwaway line. Really? Oh, beg your pardon. And another great mind has spoken. One thought that's crossed my mind ever since the show started is it has got to be a nightmare trying to try and mash up fashionable, clothing colors that don't clash when you're a pastel pony. And when you're an artist for the show, that's got to be fun games. You try half a dozen, you spend all day trying to design an outfit for like Rainbow Dash or Pinkie Pie, and you get it together. Oh, the color's blinding me. Turn it off. Turn it off. Man, remember those wedding, not wedding gowns. This is the coronation gowns that Celestia and Luna wore. I'm like, did the artists just smack themselves in the head or something? I mean, come on, it was horrible, it was awful. I'm like, they phoned that one in. I kind of wonder if drawing incredibly ugly things in the show is there less is the artist's less than subtle way of protesting some of the worse corporate decisions that have been pushed through on the show. You know, I mean, if you've looked at the play set, you go to the store and look at Twilight's Castle play set. The Castle play set doesn't even look anything like what they show on the TV show, and that thing is just ass ugly on the show. It really is. And this is me as an amateur artist, semi-amateur artist anyway, speaking. I mean, it's ugly, it's unbalanced, the colors clash, uh, the design of the thing just makes no sense. If you told me to make a castle in a crystal tree, I would make something that looked way more like the Tree of Harmony. I would have gone to town on it. I would have done a good job. And I'm saying, I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just stating fact here. I could have made a much better one. I've seen several artists that have done just that. It looks like the world's ugliest jewelry box stuck in the top of a dead tree. And yes, I know crystals are pretty and sparkly and magical. Enough with crystals already. Enough. Okay? Not everything in Equestria that's new and shiny has to be covered in crystals. You've got the Crystal Empire. Don't overdo it. Really, come on, Well, let's see here. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find one that I've seen. In the audience, the crystal tree, coincidentally, is sitting in the middle of sweet apple eaters, and is more of a tree. It's the tree castle. It's got crystal leaves. In the next verse, it started out with the original ugly ass base formula, but they used magic to make other trees grow over top of it and merge with it, so that it became the giant tree version I came up with. Well, let's see here. Let's see. Friendship Castle. Man, this is laggy. Look at that. That's just terrible. It does not blend in well with Tony Hill. And what gets me is they went to all that trouble. They had all those episodes with them fiddle faddling around with the castle of the two sisters. Whoop, no. Double fake out. Forget that. Let's fucking find those. Crystal Friendship Castle Revision. Let's see here. Nope. Nope. they'd better have Scootaloo fly. They have managed to take everything. Yeah, they managed to take the one thing I've been looking forward to for so long and turn it into a disappointment. My cutie mark crusader marks. Now, if they screw up Scootaloo, I'm gonna have to smack a bitch. Let's see here. Let's see. DeviantArt. Maybe it's there. I've seen a revision. Let's see. Let's see. It's missing. I can't see us. A lot of comic strip, but no images. No. Now, why am I? Nope. I'm not gonna find it, am I? Never gonna find it. Never gonna look at it. I just pain in the butt. Screw it. Pardon my language. Heck with it. Ah, darn it. Clicked the wrong dang button. Just a second here. thingy. It gets old after a while. Excuse me. Excuse me. Really shouldn't have cleared that out, should I? Let's see. Just move this here and that there, and what are we looking at? Let's do it basics first here. Let's see, it just... hate that noise. Let's see. Pretty sure I've got a sky in here somewhere. Hello. Trying to do a little something different with the background here, doing a little airbrushing. Nighttime? Night sky, okay. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Let's see, night sky, night sky. Let's see, I got one night sky. Let's see what happens. Let's see. The old trick. Layer, merge with layer below. Come on. There we go. No. Try midnight blue instead. Okay. been a long time since I've tried anything closer to painting. Should have known better. How would I like Friendship is Magic to end? Well, frankly, I don't want it to end so much as, or rather, I'd rather say that, eventually they're going to have one final episode. I think that they should leave it in a place where the person who's watching can go and the story goes on. I don't know. I'm not sure how to express it. I don't think there should be a definitive conclusion. I think there should be I don't know how to put it. Pardon. Okay. Hello, welcome aboard. We got some visiting here. We've got Sea Highland. Yeah, Sea Highland's pretty much got it. What I mean. Hello, Silver Tiger. Welcome aboard. Gotta find you a new film fiction? Well, I've got a whole list of them. Just look under reality check. There you go. I've gotten a lot further with this one tonight than I expected to, frankly. just let's try it with this. Make it look a little better. Right there. All right, here we go. And do we merge the layers? And then we smooth. Sweet. See, Senior Highland. I am thinking the commission, she is almost finished. Okay, see, Mark is okay. Hokey dokey. I was thinking, yeah. Hokey dokey, I think you'd be sure she's done, senor. I send you the picture. Oh, I'm glad you're sweet CC. Thank you very much. You know, you're one of the few people that actually liked the Star Trek parody. Man, Star Trek fans, no sense of humor. No sense of humor at all. Why are you making fun of my... No, no, senor, I am not Slopo Pires. I am John Smith, American citizen. Oh, you're an American citizen? Natural born American citizen? Born in this country, huh? See. Oh man, you just do not want. Oh man, you do not. I mean, and everybody else wants me to do some. You know, their idea of humor is transporter accidents and jokes about Captain Kirk's toupee. That's, you know, that's as far as they're willing to go. The Prime Directive isn't like that. I watched the show, okay? I know what they did. Now, Captain Kirk was like, screw the Prime Directive. We're going to save these people, and then I'm going to go get a date with the green chick. Picard was like, oh my gosh. Captain Picard stood there on the bridge and watched an entire planet suffocate to death. Literally. They discovered there's one planet where there were people. The atmosphere was going to strip itself away. And then he found out somebody went behind his back and saved a bunch of the people on the planet, and he got mad. You've corrupted their culture. And I'm like, dude, planet, dead. Their culture is pretty much trashed. Progressive thinking. It's progressives that basically want us to treat the Aborigines of Central and South America and elsewhere in the world as if they were monkeys on exhibit. We don't want to disturb their natural habitat. Oi. Because that would be the worst thing in the world. Pardon. Oh my. Technology, I mean, really, Wait till you get to the... Have you ever heard of the short science fiction story, The Cold Equation? Further on down the line, I pimp slap that one up and down the field, too. I'm proud of it. I'll do it. Oh, yeah. I bet you there are other readers sitting around you right now going, sitting around you going, stop encouraging him. Stop encouraging him. He's insufferable as it is. I'll take the Mickey out of anything. If you missed it, I have a bunch of fiction. I have a bunch of stories on film fiction under the name Reality Check, and I do a lot of take that type stories and chapters. That bust the chops of various episodes of the show and various fan fictions out there. My very first fan fiction was My Little Pony Fanfic is Crapsack. And I just ripped them up one side. I just ripped up the so-called sophisticated, mature My Little Pony stories up one side and down the other. Oh mercy! Are you kidding? It gets me in trouble with the admins and the monitors because I posted one story that was a rebuttal of another. I mean, I posted a story called "Yes, It Matters," and the war rages on on that one. They do not like me. I am a Christian. I am pro-life. I am anti-gay lifestyle. That's not a lifestyle. That's not even a life. I'm sorry. Let's be real. What is a lifestyle? Like you go into like a suit or something. It's not a lifestyle. I was born that way. Well, technically, yes. We are all born lost. We are all born lost sinners, condemned. So, yeah, technically, and this is not applicable. But in more practical terms, no. I mean, even the psychiatrists who backed the whole gay acceptance thing came out and said, no, you're not born with a homosexual. I mean, in fact, people are swapping out their sexual orientation like shoes, But anyway, here, let's see here. Let's see here. It needs. I don't know. It needs something. It needs something sparkly. It's My Little Pony. We've got to put some glitter somewhere. Who was it that decided that homosexuality should mean you should talk like that? Well, I mean, really. But think about it. Think about it. Okay. It's not even feminine. It's supposed to be the drag queens. Oh, well, they're trying to sound feminine, and I'm like, I've never heard a woman in the world talk like that. I've never, really. Have you? I mean, really, have you ever heard a woman talk like that? Oh, I realized I just did something wrong here. Let me see if I can fix this. I just realized that. The fins should be white lines too. Or should they? Or should they? I don't know. Probably. Yeah, let us go with that anyway. Let's do it anyway! But, who was it, did they all got together and decided, can you imagine, the homosexual agenda, dun dun dun, Star Chamber, I don't know. But, can you imagine if they all got together and decided they were all gonna, sound like Germans or something? Sound like, German mad scientists. Ach, lieber! What is it? Well, either the gays are marching again, or the Nazis have invaded. You know, do you like my outfit? It accessorizes. I do not care if you like. They all, one day all the gay people get together and decide to talk like Arnold Schwarzenegger for the rest of the. That put a whole new twist on that movie Junior. Oh dang! Feel how soft my skin is. If you want to know where that where that whole stream of consciousness came from, blame the Monster Energy drink I've just chug-a-lugged. Really, seriously, just what the heck? Let's not do too much about it. I'm sorry, that's a tragedy. It really is. That, somebody gets tangled up in the gay lifestyle, and it's the ruination of them. The tragedy is, like most people, we tend to make our sins into our identity. Well, we tend to do a lot of things. We tend to make a lot of things into, we tend to mistake our habits, our behaviors for our identity. Like the old saying, that thing from Fight Club. You are not your job. You are not uh, your interior decor. You are not your furniture or your apartment. Uh, there are people that argue that it's was it Socratic or Aristotle or I believe this is Socratic thinking. You are what you do. That philosophy, that Greek philosophy, uh, to change your perspective on things. Here, uh, to change your perspective, to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, to change your perspective on who and what you are. Here's a challenge, for an entire conversation. Try and hold an entire conversation without using the verb to be. Don't say am, are, am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been. Don't use it. Instead of saying I am, well, for instance, say, you know, to go with the conversation we're talking about, for instance, instead of a man saying I am a drug user, say, you know, I use drugs. Instead of saying I am, instead of saying I am a mechanic, you say I work as a mechanic, or I have a job as a mechanic. I forgot the fangs. That's what I'm going back in here and doing here. It changes. For instance, the way the Fluttershy put it, you are not a bad. She says you're not a bad dragon. You are a dragon who made some bad choices. Yeah. Not to downplay the things that people do that are wrong, but the first step in changing your behavior, Accepting that something needs to be changed is, first of all, to admit that you've done something wrong. Second of all, to realize that the wrong things that you have done are not your identity. They don't decide who or what you are. If you follow what I'm saying. You are not a thief. You are a person who thieves. You know, you are not a liar. You are a person who lied. I don't know if that makes, if I'm getting the concept across or not. That's the general argument. I don't know how well that would, how some people would say that, oh, that's downplaying, trying to disassociate yourself from what you've done. On a certain level, yes, you're trying to accept that you are not trapped by that. That's the point of redemption, is realizing that you are not your sins. Homosexuals and people in similar lifestyles, they wrap their entire sense of identity up in being homosexual. The old, it's not a phase, it's who I am. No. When true love died. Old song by Nat King Cole, A Blossom Fell. Okay. And I think that does it. Okay. Save as a PNG. Waiting for it to crank out. Germany. I feel sorry for. Can you imagine trying to woo somebody in German? I mean, French. Let's face it, French, Italian, French sounds like you're seducing somebody even when you're telling them to go pee up a rope. Uh, Italian, uh, it sounds like they're challenging you to a duel. German, even the most romantic, poetry in German sounds like you're about to rip out their tonsils with your teeth. Mein Liebchen. I don't know German. I can't say it. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's get sent to Highland. Highland. Let's see. Commission data, and we reply. We attach a file. Let's see, commissions. Here we go. I lost my train of thought getting off on a German Nazi gay thing. It's uh, where was I? I can't remember. I have lost my train of thought. Lee doesn't have a train that came off the tracks. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, Highland at AOL. I just sent you this. You should have it in the email in a moment. All right. To start it off, should be. What was it? Let's see. Oh, fanfic is crapback. Where did that go? Doggone. Well, there's got to be something here that's a little. This all starts to sound the same. Royalty for music. You get what you pay for. Uh, my first fanfic was, like I said, my first fanfic was fanfic as crapsack. Basically, I took the Mickey out of all the. I took the Mickey out of a lot of the fetish-oriented freakishness that was going on. But I also busted on a lot of the more ridiculous things like it was just general scatter fire. Let's put it that way. But I've also busted. Let's see. There was parting words. Basically, parting words was a take that to the Crystal Empire episode where Celestia sends Twilight off to the Crystal Empire, and informs, oh, by the way, this is a test. No pressure. I rewrote it so that basically Twilight finally just snaps and and tells the old woman off. Because I mean, man, that was just unbelievable. And she just basically rips Celestia up one side and down the other for all her chess mastering and cryptic mentor crapola. And then she goes off and saves the empire of the Crystal Empire. And that actually turned into the prequel for the Great Alicorn Hunt, which is ongoing, of course. And there are a lot of take that chapters and events in the Great Alicorn Hunt. Basically, I'll throw those things in anywhere. I'm but the most recent chapter. I took a pot shot at the episode where the Cutie Mark Crusaders finally get their cutie marks. I have never been so upset. But I have been rooting for the Cutie Mark Crusaders since day one. I mean, 5 years. Well, it's 5 years. 5 seasons anyway. 5 seasons. Okay? 5 seasons. I have been rooting for them to get their cutie marks, and they finally get their cutie marks. And you ever heard the stories about getting a wish from a jackass genie? That's what it felt like. They basically got a cutie mark in being Cutie Mark Crusaders. And you got people out there, oh no, they're not just crusading for cutie marks anymore. They're helping other ponies figure out their cutie marks. And I'm like, it boils down to the same thing. It's an excuse to have them yammering their little heads off about cutie marks and keep on doing it forever. And it's so annoying. Basically, it requires you to ignore all the canon of the previous 4 seasons. Right from the first episode, the running joke was that they couldn't, they're out there chasing cutie marks, but couldn't see their talents that were right in your face. The very first episode, it was obvious that Scootaloo was a born athlete. Sweetie Belle was a singer and musician, and Apple Bloom was basically somebody who built an engineer, basically. And that was the running gag. That they couldn't. They were so close. This happens in real life. Kids, especially, they'll fret about who am I meant to be? What am I meant to be? What am I supposed to do? What am I? Meanwhile, they don't see that the talents they have and the things that they love doing are really what their real calling. Because to the kid, that's just ordinary stuff. Oh, that's just normal, whatever. And they don't realize, this is what we were talking about here, right? Well, anyway, for 5 seasons, we have known and it's been shown over and over again. I mean, remember Apple Bloom's Cutie Mark Crusader nightmare, where she had a nightmare where she kept waking up and she'd have a different cutie mark. It always came back to the same thing. I mean, even then, even at that late date, Sweetie Belle was dreaming of being a singer. Scootaloo was dreaming of being an athlete, a daredevil. And Apple Bloom, again, I will note this pattern. This is why I say engineer. Okay, she's shown skill with architect, with building things. She's shown skills with potion making, and in the dream where she thought she was going to be a bug catcher, she took to all that fancy equipment like a duck to water. She's an engineer. She solves practical problems, and and but the Cutie Mark episode. But one episode, they have one episode. Cutie Mark Crusaders had one episode where they helped a pony figure out, where they helped that pony troubleshoes figure out what his cutie mark really meant. And screw the canon, screw all the previous seasons. They get cutie marks in being Cutie Mark Crusaders. Anyway, it's, in case you haven't guessed, this really annoys me. And so I wrote a chapter. This is sort of important. I felt that in my stories, they have different cutie marks than what's going to be on the show. And in the current chapter of the Great Alicorn Hunt, I felt I should take I was going to take a chapter and basically explain why the Cutie Mark Crusaders were not going to end up with the same cutie marks that they ended up with on the show. And I posted the chapter. I basically poked ruthless mockery at the Cutie Mark Crusader episode, and people have lost their damn minds. I am not kidding you. Oh no! It's just, and they have page-long litanies of how I'm so wrong, and it's not like that, it's not like that, it's not that, it's And I basically point out, they basically got it. They got the equivalent of a participation award in cutie marks, and everybody under the sun has been commenting in the comment section, just telling me how wrong I am, and I just don't understand why you. And they all go down to this: is that they were so, these fans were so desperate to finally see the Cutie Mark Crusaders get a cutie mark that they would take anything. They could have stamped Hasbro, copyright Hasbro on their rear ends, and they would have cheered it on. But no, they're not going to hear that, man. I think what also contributes to it is that for decades now, our society, or our social elites, have been pushing collective identity. They don't see what's wrong or disturbing about the idea that the most important aspect of their personality, that's what a cutie mark is supposed to be. It's the thing that makes you special, different, unique. It's supposed to be the most important aspect of your personality. And they ended up with 3 look-alike cutie marks for being members in a club. And these people, these kids, basically, cannot see what's disturbing about the idea that the most important aspect of their personality, according to the cutie mark that they got on the show, the most important aspect of their personality is that they're a member in a group. Am I the... talk back to me. Come on, give me some feedback here. Am I the only one that sees this? Give me some feedback. Give me some love here. Tell me. Oh, they're perfectly willing to think a lot about the show. All right, I can test that. They don't want to think too hard about a show. Oh, no. Welcome to the internet. You will be provided a guide and a seeing eye dog. uh, the internet is internet is made almost entirely of people, quote unquote, overthinking the relatively minor and trivial. They're perfectly willing to think and debate and talk about this show at great length. They don't want to talk about this. When people don't want to talk about something, it's usually an indicator of something's very wrong. It's our culture, our society has been sliding into collective identity, into communism, socialism, collectivism. For decades now. The old myth about the frog in the boiling water. They're acclimated to it. They don't recognize it when it pops up in front of them. Look, one of the leading candidates for president is on record as having stood up in front of her constituents and having said to them, words right out of her own mouth. We need to stop being so concerned about the individual. They get to. That's how far things have slid. Individuality is what made is one of the important attributes that made our society what it is. It made America what it is. The acknowledgement that the rights of the individual were paramount. That the as Ayn Rand put it, don't say that you are concerned about the rights of minorities if you are not concerned about the rights of an individual. The smallest minority is one. If you do not want to protect that smallest minority, you're not interested in protecting anyone. I'll tell you the real. I'll tell you another real reason that they don't like the idea of Celestia sharing the secret of immortality or eternal youth, however you want to look at it, with the rest of her race. It's the circle of life. They've bought it's a pagan mythos. The whole circle of life idea. Clinically speaking, it's true. I mean, we're talking about the food chain here. But they've taken the concept of food chain and turned it into a spiritual issue. The pagan belief in reincarnation, in the recycling of the spirits, and the perpetual cycle of life. It's not true. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what you said. Why warp morality? Um, you know what's wrong? That whole spiritual circle of life outlook. Here, let me sum it up for you. Because it boils, because it I say that a lot, is because it leads you to the point where you're saying, where you are pushing for those older than you to be, shall we say, recycled. Come on, Granny, time for you to keel over and turn the topsoil so we can plant the crops. It's these cultural trends have skewed thinking on issues great and small. And we don't realize, as the rudder turns, so turns the ship. It's little things that they're a barometer in a way of our our social state. I mean, the issue of immortality. I mean, Jesus Christ dealt with this issue in his day and age. The Pharisees had gotten in a habit of over legalizing everything. They ended up chasing their own tail up a tree, rhetorically speaking, because their traditions and interpretations and hair splitting arguments turned their traditions into the law, and the law into a vague guideline. And it gotten so screwed up at that the pinnacle example is that it got so screwed up that it was commonly believed and preached by the Pharisees that bandaging a wound on the Sabbath was a sin. You see, because you weren't supposed to work on the Sabbath, and nobody was supposed to work, not even the animals. You weren't even supposed to light any fires or cook any food. You were supposed to, you prepared the food for the day before, and you kept you left the lights burning, the lights burning all day. And but their idea is that by bandaging you were doing work, and worse, the medicine on the bandage was working at the injury, so that was a sin. And they were so flew up their own rear ends so far that they sat around crossing their fingers and waiting for Jesus to quote unquote trip up by healing someone on the Sabbath. Man came in with a withered arm, and they were all saying, "Oh, here it comes! We got him now!" And he turned around. He knew what they were thinking. He turned around and says, he cut through. He cut through all the nonsense. He says, "Which is lawful, to do harm or do good?" To injure or to heal, and they did that old. You've seen the meme, the awkward seal. That was all of them. And he turned around and healed the guy. And there was another time when they came across a woman who's she was doubled over. Apparently she had a back problem or something. She walked hunched over, and they went, "Oh, it's the Sabbath. We're going to get him this time." And he says, if you saw, if you saw an animal that had fallen down in a ditch or in a pit on the Sabbath, you would go down and lift it out. And and how much more so this daughter of Abraham, who has been bound in captivity in her own body for all these years. He says, "Woman, thou art loosed," and he healed her on the spot. And well, look again, the prime directive. They are so enamored of the philosophy. Oh, we don't want to contaminate the culture. We don't want to contaminate their beautiful. They've bought the myth of the noble savage. Oh, we'll we'll pollute them with our civilization and modern medicine and education. So we'd better leave them alone and treat them like a zoo exhibit. And they are so enamored of that mistaken notion that they not harassing people and letting them make their own choices in how they live. That's one thing, but carried it so far that it's flown up their own rear ends, and they saw nothing wrong with the idea of Captain Picard standing on the bridge sipping his Earl Grey tea while an entire planet died because the Prime Directive said they couldn't interfere with their culture. And when I took a shot at them, they were like, all the Trekkies were like, It all comes back inevitably to the fact that our society is turned away from God more and more with every passing year. And no matter how you cut it, when a society quits believing in an almighty creator, it stops believing in an if how can you believe in objective law? How can you believe in absolute right and wrong? How can you believe in moral law without believing in an almighty legislator? If you do not, if you reject the idea of a supreme being, of God, all that leaves as a final, when you eliminate the idea of an almighty creator, you've eliminated the idea of a final authority. And when you do that, all laws become a matter of whoever has the biggest stick. You cannot have objective morality without a final moral authority. Our society, 100 years ago, just about 100 years ago, literally, had the Scopes monkey trial, where atheists, bitter and resentful at their lack of influence on society, decided to go for the schools. They talked a man, Scopes, into claiming, he wasn't even a science teacher. He had just stood in as a substitute teacher a couple of times, and they got him to say, "Oh yes, I taught evolution in school." Well, he hadn't. It was a setup. They wanted to bring it to trial to try and force society to start teaching evolution in school. They lost the trial. The evolutionists lost the trial. It basically put if evolution was put on trial for creating life and the world as it is, and they couldn't find it guilty. But despite that failure, they got their foot in the door, and the next thing you know, every school in the land was teaching evolution, and furthermore, teaching it as if it were proved science, and that anybody who questioned it was an ignoramus. And no matter how you cut it, there's no divorcing atheism and evolution. Evolution is the proclamation that life, the universe, and everything in it happened by accident, by blind forces, blind natural forces, and by the laws of physics, which are consistent within the universe. And there is no room for a creator God anywhere in that. Furthermore, they proclaim that any non-material explanation for anything was unscientific. And it stuck. And for years they taught this. Think about it. The schools basically spent every year. Every year they got a new class of students in kindergarten, and from kindergarten to 12th grade, they have been taught by their teachers that evolution was science and creationism was religion, aka make-believe, fairy tales, folklore. And what a surprise, our society has become dominated by those who reject any explanation other than evolution, no matter how much evidence or experimentation or actual observable facts you present to them. But, they've got a cognitive lockout. If explanation is not evolution, therefore explanation is not science. The interesting thing to note, when Israel wanted to replace God with their leader, you have to keep in mind what sort of kings existed in the world at the time. Kings weren't just rulers. They were regarded as the mandate of heaven. They were often claimed to be gods or to be the descendants of gods. It was believed that their well-being and fate was tied directly to the fate and well-being of the land they ruled. They weren't just asking for they weren't just asking for a secular ruler. They were asking for a false god, or one that would, or a leader that would essentially inevitably become a false god. Well, getting back to the point I was making is that for just under a century, for about 90 to 95 years, every every child has been turned over to the government and taught by the government that atheism and evolution are science, that religion is nothing but folklore, and that anybody that says otherwise is uneducated. And what a surprise! We have a society that effectively no longer, the majority of people in the nation believe in America, believe in God. There's still an overwhelming majority who claim to belong to some sect of Christianity, something like 75%. But those that dominate our culture, that dominate the schools and the entertainment and political arenas, are largely agnostic or outright atheist. They do not believe in a God. They do not believe in a final moral authority. And without a final moral authority, without an absolute, everything is up for grabs. And that's how the paper chase starts. Everybody starts running around with their subjective morality, and eventually they fly up their own rear ends to the point they can't even distinguish between right and wrong anymore. They can't. They lack cognitive foundation for it. This is how you get the screaming lunacy that we see around us all the time anymore. It comes about because all these people are trying to cobble together a system of ethics out of dozens of conflicting and contradicting progressive beliefs. The result is, you get this result, as if you were trying to build a car by picking random parts from a dozen different factories and trying to jam them together. just go to liberallogic101.com. They have a mile long list of the most typical beliefs of the average progressive, their whole their whole trade in stock is pointing out the ridiculousness and self-contradictory nature of so-called liberal logic. Like the same people who say that policemen are all thugs and brutes and never trust any policeman are the same ones who say that only the police should have guns. They can't think. They have had the capacity to think robbed from them. Okay, it is 11 o'clock, and I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll catch y'all tomorrow around 4 o'clock. Pick up where we left off, start doing some more artwork, more commissions, try and do a little more work on the next Space Ranger page for the probability bomb. Thank you for your time. And in all sincerity, I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, say a prayer for me, because I got issues, I got problems, and God knows, say a prayer for me because I need all the help I can get. You all have a good night. See you tomorrow.